Okay, I think we're good. Yeah, folks. Yeah, it's a snooze fest, Adam. A frickin' snooze fest. And while I was on way, Harris jumped to 210 on my end. I'm just gonna let you go. What's going on? I'm listening to Berlin Take My Breath Away, which, in my opinion, fits well with any US theme. In fact, there's this courthouse which I like to associate this song with. All right, Kentucky wins 246 to 189 for Donald Trump on NBC News. Oh, hey, I'll check in from this time to time. No problem, Willie. 2:30 to 2:10 on PBS Trump. That's not what it's on for me. 246 189 CBS News. Trump. Oh, Georgia win for Trump. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, that brings it up to 246 to 194. Um, I'm probably gonna take a bath to be honest and be on the bed streaming. Imagine if that happened. My love, take my breath away. Uh, take my breath away. Okay, I'm just gonna check on the results on my Google presidential polls. All right, election results so far. Okay, they have not said Trump won on my thing, you know, but let's see. Let's see. NBC has reported, of course, that Trump has won Georgia. Okay. Go myself. All right. It's dark, of course. I can't see you again. Oh, actually, I'll switch up my one. Yes, on peace, silent, cleansing, such eyes without a face. And ABC confirms Trump won it. Eyes without a face, got no human grace. Your eyes without a face. Let's see what CNN says. Commercials. All right. 246, 182. Trump in the lead. Yeah, man. Las think it's that. Las Vegas. Oh, key race alert. Pennsylvania. Donald Trump in the lead. 50.8 against 48.1. Um, Arizona, Trump leading 49.9 against 49.2 for Harris with 52% of the vote. Right. Michigan, 52.1 for Trump. Minnesota, Harrison, the week. Just without a pages, sun be sun. Just without a face. Just without a face. Just no human grace. Your eyes without a face. Just in the face. Just without a face. It was. Okay, let's see what Mr. Adam IU says about this. So let's see. Is he still alive? I think he is. Hold on. Yes, 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 yes. Yeah, 246. All right. I'm gonna turn on the lights. Okay. Hold on a second. Harris campaign says that the vice president won't speak to tonight, but he'll speak tomorrow. Yeah, yeah, guys. Very close race in Needle. Did I miss a comment? No, I did not. Well, other than Adams. Zing, zing, zing. Uh, they have not announced it on AP yet. Propane, propane. Jesus. Genetic slows. Oh, goodness. Goodness, goodness gracious. I'll be right back. Let's see if I'm able to take away. Yeah. I always thought in the last years really campaigns media find appeal to speakers was something known as Anderson. So thanks very much. I am sorry all times that sorry. Look, I think that this is just me without a shirt. Very, very close to the and you're not seeing anything else. Putting up to the last guy and others said we had notions, we had feelings, but we weren't going to make any predictions. And the truth is, we're sitting here tonight and we're waiting for the three states that can determine the race one way or the other to render a verdict, and they're close. And she's right to wait to have those votes counted. But what was very clear watching the night unfold is that rural areas voter turnout significantly less numbers and percentage-wise than they did for Joe Biden 4 years ago. That she could make up the difference in some of these rural areas and the cities. And I think the discussion that John King had was very firm. I care deeply more than I can say tonight about democracy and what it means. I've said it many times. I'm a son of a refugee, and I revere this country. I'm so grateful for what it's given my family and everyone else. But part of democracy, and this is my major difference with Donald Trump. Part of the democracy is to honor the people, to honor its institutions. Uh, and I imagine that that's what the vice president is going to do when the final verdict comes in. If it's not a positive verdict, then I think there's a message in that. There's a message in there. And I think it's in words.
And they chose not to. I think it's a respectful thing. You don't want to throw your boss under the bus. But the reality is, Donald Trump is going to blow Joe Biden out of the water should he did create that distance. There's also just some fundamental shifts that I think are happening or realignment of the parties within the country. And I think we're in tune with that. This could have been being the most diverse coalition that ends up possibly electing Donald Trump. And we need to hear about why that is and see issues we need or where does it play out tonight, right? I think we need to recognize that over half America feels very strongly about the things that Donald Trump was talking about, right? The secure border, the economy, crime. They might not be a perfect message, but the message resonates. When Van, we talked about this earlier about check engine light, all these things are real. Democracy is a luxury. You can't pay your bills. And I think, there are great Americans tonight who are sitting back and saying, looking at everyone, that they view the elite and kind of sneering and saying, we told you so. We're not hard-working people. We believe in these things, right? People don't like to get talked down. It's always this Hispanics. Trump is crushing Hispanics. And Hispanic vote in Pennsylvania, right? He can from 20 to 25% now. We're talking about how the Puerto Ricans are coming. He's money about people care. They care about security. They care about economy. They care about those things. We're not going to take it. So if the former president is the next president, I think there's a lot. America's going to sit back. It's going to win. Looks like he may win the popular vote. Right? It's going to be a reckoning in America. They're going to sit back and say, maybe some of these things Trump's espousing are not crazy. Maybe he's right. Maybe the Democratic Party needs to come back this center if they want to be competitive again. There's going to be one, like I say, or we can go further to the left. I hear what you're saying. And I do see it differently because I'm thinking about the people who are not part of the US elite who are united. Um, there are American left who know a little bit about being talked down to, know a little bit about that American things crushed. I'm trying to dream a big dream over the past couple of months. It's not been dreaming a lot and for a lot of her. And they were hoping that maybe at this time, what they're all can see as work. And once again, they're facing rejection. And that hurts. They thought they only have to go come to shoulders back. They need to bring for the first time. But they belong someplace. They did everything you had to do. And it's going to be harder than it should be. Want them to hold heads up. And they're not like anything. If you're a trans, if you're a parent of a trans kid, your child space is used as a springboard to powerful survival. That doesn't feel good. There are going to be people tomorrow. There are going to be in the close the drive-ins people who don't have papers. There are going to be people in Cleveland who don't have papers, and they're terrified to it. And so it's easy to blow this off. Oh, the elites are going to get their economics. It's not really. It's not being priced. It's people who woke up this morning with a dream and are going to bed a nightmare. And those people you deserve to be respected and held and talked to. Those people who care about whatever process. But there's a lot of those people didn't vote. A lot of people forced those people are people don't like the God Trump. It's right. But that's what they look at. But you can't get that. It's a party the Democrats. Black on that. Donald Trump. What a great week we have. Right. All right, thanks so much. All right, radio race alert right now. Let's check in with the states that we have not protected. Pennsylvania, Donald Trump still in the lead there. 51.1% of the vote. Kamala Harris is 47.8%. Donald Trump with a more than 216,000 vote lead there with 92% of the estimated vote. Coming in from the Greater Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, Michigan, down to that. I mean, the Wolverine state got from 2% of the vote. Kamala Harris, 46.1% of the vote. Donald Trump with a more than 203,000 vote lead with 61% of the estimated vote in from Michigan. Wisconsin, that's the bad state. Donald Trump, 51.1% of the vote. Kamala Harris,
Hi, folks. Wisconsin, Donald Trump. Oh, sorry about that. Who? Zakuro evasion or Zakuro or something like that. I'm making an MGM UA home entertainment logo history. I remember that. That's some pretty amazing logos right there. First started as MGM UA home video. Sorry, I was taking a bath. I hope you forgive me. Okay. Trump won the election. I had to turn it off. I was getting angry. I don't think it's been determined yet, but I will check. I don't think he won it yet. Um, on CNN at 246 to 182. So we're waiting on Michigan, Wisconsin, and Nevada, I think, and Pennsylvania. But I'm not too sure. I actually took a bath, so I'm gonna go check on all of the outlets. Oh yeah, yeah, I saw that. It's gonna be hard for Harris. Senate control, the Republicans win it. 246 to 194 on NBC. Okie dokie. Let's move. Now, if Trump wins Pennsylvania, he will not be able to. It basically game over for her. I'm watching Mitch's power rankings on the VLV. I was waiting for that for quite some time. I want to go watch that, to be honest, but I have this election thing that I must find out for myself. You know what? If I fall asleep to this election stuff, then so be it. Just putting on deodorant. It's fun. I am. No, which now? As Big Al would say. All right. I'm gonna be on the bed screaming. Can you believe that? If let's get this up close. Hopefully this works. I don't think it'll work too much. Oh, sorry. I'm just trying to improvise. All right. Hopefully this thing works. Ah, darn it. Darn it. I missed darn it. I know this is a while. So if you have any comments, you might I can read them. I'll be tuning in and out. All right. Let's see how long it is. See if we have any comments. Wait. Okay, here we go. So yeah, I'll have to look out for that Mitch's power rankings. I'm not sure if y'all could hear me, but yeah, that's what I want to go to soon. And there it is. Georgia is official. 247 to 210. Trump leads Pennsylvania. And I'm just gonna tune into the VLV Discord because they're discussing politics there. Oh, Now the next mystery is Nevada. Oh, yeah. Think that like the tic-tac-toe. Nevada, Arizona, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania in the lead. And Minnesota is the only one that is considered a blue state. Oh, Maine as well. Minnesota is too close to call. All right. House 193. Republicans. Democrats. 157. 246 for Trump. 194 on Harris. This is NBC News. As for PBS, Trump 247, Harris 210. As for CBS, let's see. Oh, 245 to 194, I think. Uh, Look, this is my foot, and I'm waving at you right now. Oh, no. All right.
and that brings it all the time. So conversely, for Kamala Harris, we say the path is now money. If she gets
Oh, 251, 226. Oh, wait, never mind. Never mind.
you want Wisconsin as well. If Wisconsin is the
They're just predicting.
correct tonight, she got to go.
Alright, let's check out ABC News. 246 to 194.
The John Kelly statement.
Trump in the lead.
Trump himself. She was once during the wars and the plot. Some of the voters I given to. In fact, one of them was very strongly for Trump, and stronger than it was in 2020, stronger than it was in 2016.
Goodnesses.
Reservations out January 6th, and he said, absolutely not. The more you all
I
talk
might
about
actually fall asleep here.
the track. So this
Uh-oh.
election was not about the
What happened?
Here we are. This is the saying on the things we do have a major call to make at this hour.
Uh-oh.
How this forwards associated with just talking about this conversation. Republicans will take control of the
The
Senate.
Republicans take control of the Senate. It's confirmed by ABC News.
President he will have
Or reported by ABC News.
House, but this is security and our since we're just done is how strong the Republican control will be really down. I mean, or I just don't know once. Just now about precisely how much this is going to be out. At least for stands right now.
246, 187. Yes, CNN also confirms that Republicans win the Senate. Nevada, 51% for Trump, 47.4 for Harris. All right, they're just browsing through. CBS News, Republicans take control of the Senate too. All right, let's tune into 200, which is CNN. Mush. Oh, hold on a second. Nothing else. Let's see. You know what? I'm gonna keep streaming after this. I'm going to sleep and stream for you. What do y'all think? Roll! On you alert! Pennsylvania, Trump leading 51.1. Michigan, 52.4 for Trump. 65% vote for Michigan. 80 something or 90 something for Pennsylvania. Wisconsin, 89% of the vote. Donald Trump had a 51.2. And we've got Arizona, the closest margin. Trump, 50% with 53% of the vote. Oh, it updated. 247 for Trump and 214 for Kamala Harris as she wins New Hampshire. All right, let's check out what's going on CNN. 246 for Trump, 187 for Harris. Let's see what's on NBC News. 246 for Trump, 194 for Harris. 247 Trump, 214 for Harris, according to PBS. For CBS, Trump 246, Harris 194. And ABC News 246 to 194. Trump. And right now, oh, Pennsylvania wins. Pennsylvania wins. Pennsylvania, Trump wins. Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania 267 for Trump. Unbelievable. On Fox News.
enclosed racism? Is it because she didn't break the 5 month cost of living issue and studying the conversation if this matter continued? Then you come back out again and you're closing, here's a place, this is Trump country, that's right, it's Missouri County, right? And you always look at sometimes the margins within where the other guy win it, when you Miguel's win it, you just want to cut it to their margin, sure, close out by saying, well, to the 67, shiny houses, and you can help somewhere along the line, stay to them. I just don't, I like this. That's exactly that good. Such a disconnect between I surround the institution. 8.6%. He should have never left the state house. I really want questions about for Josh. And in Wisconsin, where there's still four
Fox Sport or Fox News is the first one to report it.
But that's companies that Donald Trump is really like to hear. I think taking my sure coming from Trump. Twice. You want to government see twice last 5 ago, last 5 years. You gotta take it listen. And I'm going to using this law from July 9, 2024 continues to evidence. This is for early false. CBS. Michigan. Run 67%. This has been a slow fall. 67%, but yes, it's 154,000 dollars years ago. Is well after 24,000 votes. But 67%. So the more surrounding a lot of it gripes about this is essentially again, just like I said, Philadelphia is it. If the vice president's going to come have some problem, that come back and come over Pennsylvania, must be based in Philadelphia. Most people live there for most votes around say for the vice president here in Michigan, only 32% in Wayne County. But again, this gotten worse in his language about using law enforcement to go after
Fox News projects that Trump wins Pennsylvania. Not confirmed yet.
and San Quentin, Detroit, that's Detroit, that's Dearborn, that's Hamtramck, that's Wayne, auto factory, auto workers here, inner city Detroit.
I'm gonna be browsing through like crazy.
You can get to top data for device. $50 a month. Carrier ranks #1 in network coverage and customer satisfaction. How hard it would be and how expensive it would be. All right, when we come back, we may hear from Donald Trump. CBS News America decides election 2024 returns hinges from it. It would have a pretty big impact. We've never seen it in a. 3 years ago, well, we can go to the Trump counties, okay, places like Yuma. Trump is overperforming. 52% in 2020 again. There's only 30. Himself, flawed candidate, although people are going to say you all said he's a flawed candidate. This looks pretty impressive. Trump's messaging, the ad messaging. First thing out the gate was Russiagate, which was a misuse of the intelligence community and a fraud perpetrated on the American people and against Donald Trump. When you talk about concerns about Donald Trump, which I share with you some of them, Democrats often assume that their noses are clean on this front. Meanwhile, all right, that's a state. I mean, just look at that. 51. It's with 80%, 80% insurmountable votes in 1%, 46%. How did Joe Biden do? You have 247, right? I said that 246. I could look at your take abilities and reduce muscle weakness to the treatment plan that's personalized to you. Say is one of the worst candidates in the history of the United States. What does that mean about how you're speaking to those parts of your coalition? How do you need to do it better? It felt to me one note and condescending as someone as a sensibly you were trying to reach. Well, and it was interesting to watch the language when the really heavy hitters, the super Obamas came out and had
Well, I need to make sure that I'm correct and not just talking.
It's fine. I'm jumped out. My fire state. Okay, so she's up by 11 percentage points now, voting 15% to 11. Well, I think everybody on this panel agrees that we are the large country. We are literally the thinking infrastructure to respond. There's a lot of people tomorrow for their fear. Right? There are a lot of good and be very happy. And I think it's hard to this the new language that's actually senses what actually brings this country together. Sure. Is increasing confidence. The states are working for that be like, Texas, right? Which is what we've seen this individual needs. You can attack journalists by making you shut their journalism down and shut what was
All right.
one right now, some sort of underperforming. But look, it's still preliminary. There's still 70% of the vote that's out in Montana. But this is what we're gonna
They're
do.
still talking about those seven states in the West.
Bad. 41% Harris and 57% Trump. Of course, it's important to note that votes are still being counted in Pennsylvania, and that could change, but that certainly paints a picture of what we've been talking about. And Lindsay, I can also tell you that the Trump campaign feels very good, and they mentioned the gender gap in the regard that there was so much made about this so-called silent Harris supporter who might, vote for Harris and not talk about it, and they're saying that, that's
So CBS is saying that they may
are you saying
have
in terms of the age divide?
CBS or they may have Pennsylvania win. But Fox has declared them the winner.
Selection or that's completely the case, especially in states like Georgia and North Carolina, of course, for elections of other states, as we went for the president. So, oh, for former President Trump, no matter where I was, these people were waiting for hours, and then I would think, wow, he's really doing well. The movement and next steps here. Well, as far as the movement, David, I can tell you, speaking to many people, it's about who they connected with and the message they connected with. And tonight we can tell you they connected with former President Donald Trump. He was able to talk to blue collar voters, black voters, Muslim and Arab voters, people from all across the country to try and bring this together. Talking about unity, we'll have to see what his message will be on that stage, but he's definitely going to be happy if he is speaking later this afternoon or later tonight, rather. I don't even know what time it is. So we better. I can't wait to sports things. Hats off to the feature. Honestly, before I got you offer allergic reaction, giving dogs pills was abound with Maria. That was your foolish game. Is it gone? Totally gone. Interleaf just got easier. Well, the trusted number one treatment for allergic itch is nothing. And it takes the treatment that works for the day. Do not use the dogs with serious infections. May cause worsening existing parasitic skin infestations or pre-existing cancers and serious infections. Immunoplasias have been observed. Do not use dogs less than 12 months old. Just called Nancy Pelosi as crazy as a bed bug just recently. That is, I mean, she's so tired of the next seat tonight. He'll look to make a, I'm not even gonna say the word pivot or perhaps extend an olive maybe. I mean, listen, we're not, I don't have a crystal ball, but I do think there's a pattern of history. At that point, I mean, remember after the horrific assassination attempt against him, the Republican National Convention, and all of the reporting, in fact, everything that he was saying was on himself, said he. And yes, he said, I am going to deliver a unifying speech, and it was a combat speech, but then it started feeling was speech that you can't
Trump can speak to supporters serious.
not Trump versus Trudeau Act of medical state. Do they ever heard that? Or here's the time of birth.
CNN is all national.
Consultation. Oh, that's not right. It's not. That's hard. Yeah, go too far. Remember though, he even after he won election in 2016, he still made his critics look at fraud. So, I mean, it is. My 2016 election. Shit. Well, another it's figuring you out. Trump had like 64% Michigan, so he's not going to become Michigan anytime soon. Yeah, listen, we heard from the former president when he had first, so I hope it earlier today. Feeling like there was going to be a win for them tonight. You never know if that's the cluster of a campaign or a candidate, what they're seeking for that is giving them that.
Yeah, that's the one I have.
That's right.
That's right, Steven Swift.
Sounds good. You can do it. So, see my
Right.
frankly, doesn't mean that that's what they're having. That's what I'm not wrong for. Well, the years was expect that. What do you know? I get to that. Just the end of your losses. Or the other one with the presidencies.
What's that?
Let me just open that up. Maybe you can make the gallery the next one. What's your point? Your policy. What do you so, substitute it had an effect that I don't think was fully
Alright, let's check out media.
Donald Trump went that long. Save that. So I tell you, the guy, that's a real one. And they will have for years to wait because this is a president. If he wins this, he's got one term and that's it. And it's that's special right. How is towards the big guy? What are the social clear? He's the moment that he puts his hand on the Bible, he immediately becomes a God, but kind of like the French so I said, I think he had power. For 2016, when he gave his sources, when he was like, also like this ideal of American heart. Now, we see from him, both in this speech he gives tonight, speeches that's not, this is not objective. James, all of you cares. The jobs are going down. The jobs are going, the jobs are heading in the right direction.
In the house. Modern stuff in Ghana.
If the student leader to take it to the next chapter, how do you even do that for a quick break? That's it's less than 2016 that now. This is a very impressive map from Donald Trump. But that should wait to 135 million state. But you know, we're on television. It's great thing that people here who can't see, working the cameras and everything else. That great the media team that helped them with the magic wall. We'll show you one of the things the magic wall team, the new media team came up with as we look at these votes. So your challenge in Wisconsin, right? The vice president has to turn around Donald Trump pretty big leads. I should say pretty big leads, 125,000. Wisconsin took elections in a row decided by 20,000 votes of change. His lead with 90% of the voting is 125,000. That's the landslide in part of Wisconsin. Guaranteed a great way to look at this. So you're looking at both over time, right? On to the center, he ran to the base, and the base, Kentucky's choice of response. Well, yeah, my response in any election is if your team lost, yours, if this is not and it's always useful. Always wise, but they're too sensitive. And know their lives, they make sense of flaws. And I would one for this just humbly like what they're trying to tell us, use it as a valuable lesson. And my instincts always well. Trump in many ways, and there are pictures of them that have been put out on the internet. And I want to ask you, Robert, how would you describe their relationship, the relationship between Donald? People say our running mate Tim Walz, he is the governor there. So let's see where that puts us in the race to 270. As this race continues to tighten up, the numbers continue to
Minnesota Harris. So that's 226 to 267.
She basically had on the map, because she has the next step before we went into the swing states. So she's hit that threshold. My truck is flaming electrolytes away. Can we talk about that margin in Minnesota right now? It's that much less than that moving about that. Staying in a culture that being rest for yourself, not taking the share of that state on her ticket. And as much as people are going to second guess not putting the Pennsylvania governor on the ticket, will there be a conversation around Tim Walz, who I think was a disastrous pick for her, and didn't even apparently help Abby to they occurred in his own home state. And I think we're all moving straight on to already talking about 2028. There's a legend still unfolding right now. And Kamala Harris, she said she was asked a question recently, what's an example of you leading with your gut? You know, being just and reflective of why a lot of Americans ultimately clearly have not trusted her to be the next president. Now, when South speakers that I'm good for President Trump, I'm not getting Democrats to come on Fox News Sunday to come defend him and his ticket. We find everyone does it. That's the warning. People that surveys know you would come on. And I said that here, secondly, we had an impossible task of trying to get Democrats one. Technically, is this big Democratic fundraiser who reached out and said, oh, come on, you're still in front of that. And we have her on. She's talking to Jack Heinrich tonight and is saying, my phone is blowing up with terminations. People are freaking out. This is not what we expected. She says, one of the first times to reply. She's twice the chance of trying to put her in kid, saying it should have been Josh. She's not wow. Yes, if that happens, you could maybe see some core retirements. If there is, oh yeah, a Republican Senate, Republican House, Republican in the White House as well, and then the corporate could be more conservative. I mean, potentially, I don't go too far down that road. Let's see how the night shakes out. But since you brought it up, it's wildfires. Just start out as Pennsylvania. We've been talking so much about those calling counties. I want to talk about the I-222 corridor, and I know we have some PA homies in the house tonight. I'm sorry if my highway's not exact, but it kind of cuts through here. And I want to talk about this because when we look at the counties and how Trump's doing here, this is where the Hispanics are. This is a Latino corridor, if you will, in Pennsylvania. Because I want to show you how important this is. So when we can start right here. We'll start here in County, from Pastor, starting here over performing again. I just all in there. We've got a lead high now. She's underperforming here. Sorry, performing. River is here in Easton, PA. Again, he flips this county overperforming there. And I want to show you the polls, guys. Right, this was the exit poll that sort of surprised us. But this told us the story was going to be different tonight. This is Trump support among Latino voters in Pennsylvania. Look at this number: 2020, 27%. In 2024, 41%. It was just on Latino voters. And again, I know this could change. These are early exit polls. So look at the breakdown here. White, 55, 57. But the black voters, he grew his margins there from 2020 to 2024 to get Trump. I have to be better off to say just focusing in on what the position was, or what the lot of it friendships are kind of smarter. It makes more sense for her. Focus in the African American vote a little bit more. Put it back sure just know once you look at these numbers and dig deeper into what these numbers actually show us. Right. As time is was involved, unfortunately, but Josh and I think it's a little bit too early until you actually get a look at it. Even for say, it was because I think for me, if you're asking me, I would say, oh, yes, we're gonna get a raise. Disaffect Republicans like going up to the American right? It's been right. That would have been a mistake. All righty. All right, folks. I know it was. Hold on. Hold on, folks. Hold on. We're gonna get a rate. Hold on. It's gonna be dark. Ah, I'm just gonna be right here. Right here. Um, hold on. Did I miss any comments? Oh, so how are we feeling? Just waiting on the final word.
So far, every other news outlet, other than Fox, of course, is still at 246. Or they haven't said it's 267 or anything like that. Actually, let me check what's it on. Sorry, I'll cook. 270 to win. Alrighty. Alrighty. Let's go to president. You. I'm winning. Well, let's see. Oh, it says 270 on 270 to win, which is the website that you recommended earlier. I actually had that website since last month, but I didn't find the live election results function until he pointed that out. I always use the forecast for whatever reason. I didn't even know that it was just a forecast. All right, where are we going next? So it looks like Trump has won. Everybody else is waiting for confirmation, I guess, but either that or they're just really wanting to hold it in. I don't even know, Jerry. What do you think? Yep. Senate is all red too. Donald J. Trump means stuff will get done quick. Adam and Willie Snyder, welcome in. Welcome in. I'm ecstatic. Sexy Jerry is ecstatic. All right. Um, so I was on NBC. See what it says on PBS. I think PBS is using the AP tool. 247. 247. What's the next one? CBS News. 246. Let's get this over with. 13. Can Democrats still back hack and win? You can never underestimate the power of the Democrats. I guess so. Anything is possible, but it's not looking likely. Let's see what Mitch says. Okay, Mitch says this Trump speech is going to be fantastic. Hope he pulls out the gold swing. Oh, Mitch. Imagine if the Democrats actually selected a candidate. Well, who knows? Who knows what either team would have done? Hmm. He's already he's winning Nevada by a lot, and Alaska by a lot. Two. Yeah, game over. Game over. I'll just have to wait for Pennsylvania. I will say though that Fox, which is the only outlet that has 270 for 277 for Trump. Wow. Woo! I'm gonna go through this. Fox News. I'm gonna read this on my phone. Oh, wait a sec. No, no, no. I'm gonna read this on my phone, guys. So let's just go here and read this. Alright. Fox News reported Pennsylvania 277. What did he get? Um, that's a good question. Let me see. So 247 on AP. Fox News has announced the next president, Donald John Trump. Let's see. 277. So what did he get? Um, I don't know. Trying to find a map. Trump. PBS is announcing it, I think, as well. And let's go to 13. For some reason, it's still stuck at. Oh, Wisconsin? Ah, oh, well, here's what's going on Fox. There it is. He's going to hit 300. Yeah. Did he win Nevada or Arizona? I don't even know what he won. But they concluded that he won. Well, well. Let's see. Idaho, Montana, North Dakota, Wisconsin. Yeah, Wisconsin. Sexy Jeremy is right. Wisconsin. Ooh, so that's it. Oh my goodness. It kind of feels like the Buffalo Sabres when they were facing the Maple Leafs in 2012 and they're trying to jam the puck into the net. And after like 10 seconds, it finally goes into the net. That's how it feels like. And they score! So, in memory of this, here's what we're going to do. We're going to celebrate. Trump people celebrate. But what I will say to Harris supporters is it's fine. You've got me. Not every time can the Democrats win. It takes some diligence to do it. Is this the right one? Yes, I think it is. Let's loop this thing. You see how they use the spotlight on the players whenever they score a goal? That's what I'm trying to simulate. All right, that's enough of that. All right, let's get rid of this. All right, folks. We'll say that people declare Fox as a freaking right wing. So I'm not sure if people are going to complain about that, but the fact of the matter is, who knows? Those states probably will take another hour or so, maybe until 5 a.m. Who knows? To all of you who support Kamala Harris, do not fret. Your president, well, your candidate had some ambitious goals. And who knows what she would have done if she were elected president. If you truly do believe that she could bring you the best, just let this be. Well, let Trump run the course, and then we will see if we made the right decision. I guess. I guess that's what I'm trying to say. Excuse me, guys. I'm just a horrible, picker upper, speaker. But Harris, if Trump is the best suited candidate, we're going to see through the test of time. And that may open your eyes. Likewise, if it fails, then we'll see that as well. But many people are very excited for Trump's second term inauguration. Good night, Willie, and good night, Sexy Jerry. Donald Trump, the next president of the United States. Where did I leave my notes? Yes. It's taking a long time to freaking talk for Trump's speech. I wonder when Trump is gonna come in.
Looking where the numbers are and where the new music is, if you will. I think one of the things that is on people's minds is who will be if former President Trump does well in Pennsylvania.
I'll tell you what, guys. Good night to every one of y'all. Rise and shine bright, and sleep deep and rise and shine bright. But I'm gonna keep on going. I'm gonna sleep on this stream.
What was going on? And now I can't help. Coming up on the screen, this crowd went absolutely wild. We're expecting the former president to come here to this election night to the watch party. He has been watching the results nearby at his resort in Mar-a-Lago. He's been there with family and friends, including Elon Musk. But we're also seeing a lot of it's a corporate grad Mar-a-Lago.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, I missed your comments. The Fool in the Rain. Good night, my fellow fool in the rain. Good night. Enjoy the rest of your sleep, the rest of your night, and I'm wishing you a prosperous 2025 and beyond. Oh, and you got one more. Willie Snyder, if anything happens, and if let us know tomorrow. I'll try to keep that in mind. Alrighty.
Trump, they were the architects of this moment, this what appears to be a very real comeback. What do you see there in the room? Well, so far, David, it's interesting. So I've seen some of the junior level campaign staff that have been working with former president. I haven't seen senior staff just yet, but David, just off the stage is a little seating area, if you can believe it, somewhere up there. And so we've seen White House Press Secretary Sarah Sanders, of course, Donald Trump's former White House press secretary, now the governor of Arkansas, obviously someone who was with Donald Trump all throughout his years in the White House, David, and was campaigning.
Oh, but I see something else.
Read you episodes. So one bite became two, and two became nine. Just flying on. Our top one down to less than one. Well, platinum. Just like you like it. We're so confident in the capability of our SUVs and the performance of our sedans. When we offer a 10-year, 100,000-mile limited warranty.
Channel.
The Trump ran a campaign that tapped into something. It was a phenomenon. It was stuff was more it was just it was so crazy because you were watching him do that and then get on stage and call supporters of Kamala Harris stuff. And so it was like he had both sides to the campaign, and I kept thinking the American people would see the nasty one, and it turns out they didn't. They didn't care. And I would ask you, Chris, I do think there was a time that part of the Democratic Party's problem when Trump is on the ballot, and they spent too much time talking about Trump and not enough time talking about what they want to do to the country forward. And that is we're just about to hit 2 a.m. here on the East Coast, and Fox News has called the race for the White House for former President Donald Trump. Trump securing more than 270 of the electoral votes needed, with Fox News predicting wins in Georgia.
Oh, hold on.
I think that's it. This is one of the big disagreements I think we have in Washington, D.C. The bureaucracy.
Oh, this is stream element.
To provide consent, to provide your recommendation. I think only one person who put their name on the line and was elected by the people of America to be the president of the United States. What are your first? One of the things that a lot of people be looking at
Friday.
Well, this realignment question that has been going into the Substack debates, but it's been beyond them. I mean, this was really as we were wondering, how do you put a winning coalition together? Every time you gain someone, is it coming at the risk of losing another group of voters? And
Wow, nobody is updated to.
let's turn now to Gail King Gail. We're going to bring in CBS political contributor Joel Payne now. Joel. Hi, Gail. Hey. So I just want to say when Jim Clyburn was here earlier this evening, he said that there was still a path, but the path was thorny. I think now we can even see that it looks like the thorns are bending to the side as we sit here. When you were here earlier today or yesterday, and now my days are all running together, you said the conversation about black men was being
248 for Trump on the AP.
Have hope. Do you still have hope yourself as you sit here now? Okay, I gotta have hope, but also read the polls and data. The data certainly suggests that things are going well. But it is just really hard to strain to see the numbers in this one state, to say nothing of the three states that we're talking about. What we saw across the country tonight was a right-wing shift, a MAGA shift, and it happened in red states and blue states.
MAGA.
I took an endorsement. I wondered if it was like too close to election day. Although I think when it comes to talking to day about it, well, when it comes to 22-year-old guys sitting on the couch, perhaps that is the time they're listening, and they're like, maybe I could go down to the polling place. I thought it was a combination of those things. He had a Twitch streaming account that had a lot of followers. He was sending notifications 3 times a day when he was at a rally, and there were tens of thousands of people watching these rallies on Twitch. Many of them were young men. Now, I always wondered, is there a pipeline from Theo Bond's podcast to the ballot box? And apparently they figured out a way to do some of that. And one constituency I'd be curious on the Democratic side to get some final numbers on are progressives. Because Kamala Harris, as Richard has said, ran a campaign focusing a lot on disaffected Republicans, independents, sort of the more moderate part of the party. There was a lot of talk about progressives, particularly with the Harris Biden policy in Israel and the war in Gaza. And clearly that's not the reason we lost, but I would be very. And according to testimony from other aides who were there, urging Trump to go out and declare victory. He's now down the riser from us this evening. He was not at the Mar-a-Lago event, but Donald Trump was surrounded by Elon Musk, we know, was at Mar-a-Lago tonight. There were photos of him sitting with Donald Trump as he was running over here. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is there as well. Dana White, Tucker Carlson. There, Donald Trump Jr. People from the Trump campaign and the Trump when they said that deep state of these are people that were their obstacles of what he wanted to do inside the administration. Or how seriously do you think people take that? Well, I think people take actually goes for president this year. And to really go to Medicare. Yes, NBC is going to object.
There it is. Donald Trump officially NBC.
That's where it stands right now. But it's about 88,000 votes, 85% in Pennsylvania. And Donald Trump's home. And that is expected that he will have the 270 votes he needs. I see him hustling over there. Because of Nebraska. It's okay, like we're crazy. It's been a couple last videos. That's why it's 266. But what's the last thing it's all in around that?
NBC has confirmed.
I think that's a good impact here. And I think maybe the country is still dealing with some PTSD from COVID as well. So there's a lot of reasons why we're here today. I think in terms of message, folks are notified in different types of messages.
CBS News projection.
CBS News has a new projection for the battleground state of Pennsylvania and its 19 electoral votes. CBS News projects that Donald Trump, the winner of the state of Pennsylvania, that is the state that Biden carried 4 years
Trump
ago.
wins Pennsylvania on CBS News.
16, a major projection, and then essentially closes the pathway for Kamala Harris and the presidency of Robert Costa. So much disappointment among my top Democratic sources tonight, just in the last few minutes about Pennsylvania. There was promise for Democrats in 2022 when Governor Josh Shapiro, Senator John how things work in politics. If everything falls into place, or the some of the remaining
Oh,
places,
ABC has
votes be a shot of Alaska did not
265.
show difference in Nebraska, where he's currently leading. She encouraged so many people to give, to donate, to volunteer, to get yourself.
Now let's see if CNN was reporting.
The leading there, and he needs to. He needs to. So, if he gets that one, and that one, he's way up. If he keeps holding these, then now that's where he wants. When he won, 304, 306, that was 10. Great section. Sweet. Still guaranteed he's going to speak by any means. But he's leading. And I mean, in 2024, it'll likely get to 272. I mean, we have Oklahoma, Wisconsin, Michigan, so he could prove from there. But as Savannah mentioned, he got to 270. That's the next. We see the CBS figure the next hour or not because the Associated Press is going to follow this training production. So, moments like this.
Now let's see if the AP has called it.
Reshuffling of the power structure inside both parties.
Not yet.
I can't help but think that that's going to happen, or at least it attempts to. Here tonight are encouraging him to think about running for president in 2028. There will be a reckoning inside of the Democratic Party should Vice President Harris be defeated tonight. Whether it's Governor Newsom in California or Governor Shapiro, there are already donors in the Democratic Party, strategists trying to think does the future target under Westmore, Maryland. Westmore, Maryland, we can prove that's good enough. Yes, why there is a first. I'm so curious though, when we wait for the vote for president and we wait for the final map to come in. The states like New Hampshire, we haven't called yet, Minnesota, where Governor Pulse is from. He's from the positive that exactly. Under the Commonwealth, Pennsylvania, right, from the United States. So you get to a place now where you come back over here, you're just looking at this map and you're saying, she gonna live in Alaska? Someone's going to Vegas on that. So where she at any of these, we start coming back, is there any way to come back? 73% of the vote, it's 266. That sure is that part of what she's thinking through. What exactly is she going for? For all the talk about the 2016 vibes, and I'm sure it's in your text messages. I do think, I would say among the Democrats I know, a lot of them are Democrats. It didn't last long, and he's been affirmed in this campaign that his instincts and the way he wants to be is the way he wants to be, and so you're looking at popular, obviously, that electoral college, we've had a lot of discussions in this country, particularly like in recent elections, where popular goes one way, electoral goes another. That's certainly not a story. That's not necessarily likely to be. There's still a lot of vote out west, in particular. A lot of it in California, those margins I'm sure will tighten, but right now, that's a pretty strong advantage and a very strong likelihood that he can win not only the electoral college, but also the popular. And that's really going to matter, John Carl, to the vote president. I mean, absolutely. Let's not forget. Republicans have had a hell of a time when it fought George W. Bush won the presidency in 2000, but lost the popular vote. They didn't win the popular vote. Over Harris. I don't know the answer to it yet, but I think, and that was one I just wrote the ads. You can see they spent a ton of money, Republicans, on that issue, which is important in some ways, but in the grand scheme of things, just the sheer number of people it impacts. It's not the same as abortion or the economic or immigration. Yeah, I mean, so anyway, I think it's a real possibility that that's not such a niche issue. And this is a reason I think so. I mean, the path that he, different path that he put out there for Donald Trump and that for Kamala Harris. And I'm sitting here going, God, that man, Harris is not for Martin said that like completely freaked out. That actually never or like more than 3%. That's just wrong. I think there are two stories here. One is a burden that she faced. To go back to the very beginning of the night, we did the black flag, one flag, 26% in my country makes it that the nation is a black flag, 72% make there in one flag. When it came to the performance of Joe Biden, it was 41% approved, 58% disapproved. So she had an enormous burden. And people are unhappy with the way the Biden was great for the women's country in the last 3 years, but she did not. She got nothing possible. And again, this conversation just from choosing on the start update sometimes how that one sees it just very clear. Judge Merchant in New York State Court will do with the 7th date before him, whether he just tables it or, in any event. So, it's great for intervention to try to find out. Very experienced judge. I don't know what he'll do. He may just, recognize what's going on. And in the end, it is a business records case. So he may decide, okay, the conviction stands and choose not to send this to jail, which actually would be in line with senator situated different lives. Yeah, he was completely surprised. Your court TV has that contract. I know. Like education, but to use here at 2 o'clock in the morning is to be away to Donald Trump to take the stage here in West Boston. And we're going to go off the right now. When the first government said it's really great to have an environment voices that are willing to tell them no instead of not only the Republican Party left around him, but also a that they admire. Benefits in 2020 for him from an 18% increase over Hispanic males from 20 to 20. That's quite a big difference for. We want to take this out of the text. We want to pay transform the speech and all the things that it's not versus you don't just say, oh, we want to start this to say that this. I think it's a distinction. That was the ask. But I'm telling you that is here. By 30% to be something else. That's the end. All right, let's hold on. That was the ask. But I'm telling you this. Yeah, and it seems to be business as usual there. The executive point is coming on, and who knows when he's coming here. Hey, we're in Trump time here in Palm Beach, Florida. We love to see exactly how long Biden is going to be with that speech because we know he can talk and he can talk, especially with something exciting as this. We have now been able to confirm that the fourth president has been elected. Now it's the 47th president. The crowd is wild in here. People have been waiting for a few hours, and the crowd is definitely grown. So checking it out behind me, you can see that crowd, and there's RFK Jr. is here. We know the former president is behind stage, and so is his vice presidential pick, Jimmy. Let's move to a discussion of the race on Fox News. Beyond that, I'm still embarrassingly direct of much information. The Trump team briefly took down the teleprompters that had been on stage for the last hour or so. They used to believe that Trump was going to come out and speak off the cuff, which sort of tracks given that we had not written any remarks earlier in the day. Then we just a moment ago saw staffers come back out and reassemble the teleprompter. Trump's son, Eric Trump, just posted a picture on social media of the former president backstage holding papers that appeared to be remarks perhaps reversing. Right, excellent. Well, less experienced with Taylor. Taylor's experience in that too. And your thoughts at this moment? From many Americans, people said that these are foreign mass deportations, maybe without realizing that it was not only hurting behind. This was a process that might take days. I speak to the idea that they'll come up and just kind of grin and say, we're still waiting for the results of the election. It would tell a prompt earlier, would now seem to suggest that he's making a prepared speech that may go to the area, bringing the country together because it's what it is. Hearing his grievances for your has been really good at the typical Democrats feeling so new at 216 and line on my statement, a necessary one nonetheless. That's right, and I think that could be the message, and that might be what they're working on right now behind the scenes. That might be what the delay is. But we heard in some of the rallies, depends on who you talk to. Some people thought it was more divisive and a darker message, but the people at these rallies were happy to see things moving in a different direction. They think the poor president wants to bring the country back together. But when it what happens, and when part of flows, it's an occasion for evaluation, and I think evaluation is necessary. This is my brother's right, former congressman from Michigan, at a certain point in his career, eventually he tried to break himself from Donald Trump. Here, it's on script, it's on the script, it's far more very kindest assumption that, you know, if you get that there's that had late 20s to upwards and after that, like the parents and generally, I mean, so just basically let it say, you want to learn to make this I do think that the depth and recognize it's one dollar time on it. That into the dynamic, into the calculation, it's a different body, doesn't mean it's not welcome development, but that's the frustration you saw in 2020, you certainly saw it in 2016, Republicans out from Republicans raising their hands, this is not a party we recognize, well, welcome to the new Republican Party. Yeah, I asked that question because I hear so many times from Republicans say, look, I don't like some of the things he does, I don't like the way he changed, but I feel like I have to go along to get along, keep along some of your and hide my ears. Kim, you remind me of one voter in Munson County in Brazil, one family said first generation this like into the Hilton Hotel just steps away from Trump Tower. It sounded like the college. Next, I don't even think I speak that presidential level. What should I be different? Yeah. So many examples of how much support he attracted from all different parties, such right and non-traditional. But Kamala Harris, there'll be plenty of critiques, and so Kamala Harris completely overperformed expectations. I think she handled herself with a lot of grace. I think she did. She probably turned in one of the great debate performances. You know that we see to the point where now, you know, the guy who appears to be the president like Donald Trump didn't want to debate her. And I think she tried to appeal to the better angels, nature, and so was I'm not American. It was this moment that I realized America needs to let now here it is tonight on the cusp of I think that of course that's the way I thought that period of time where Mitch McConnell had that moment where he had to make a decision during the second impeachment trial as to whether or not he would lift his thumb and allow Republican senators who were seriously thinking about going to impeach him and Donald Trump in a position where he would now be able to run for office again. And at the time, Mitch McConnell's argument was that this was not a decision, a political decision, that this would be a legal senate in the court, be prosecuted, and a judge and jury would decide whether or not he should be convicted of those crimes. I'm sure you've been perfectly Trump taking back state nuisance is not if, but there is. So he's and that's mostly by my like it's not just mentioned by Gary King a few moments ago. So let me get it. Sorry, let us just get with the other things. I think there is still some suspense to the evening as it relates to the margin here and to the popular vote, right? Because this is something else that speaks to this idea of a mandate. Because over the course of the last 8 years, one of the things that you often hear said about former President Trump is, well, he doesn't have half the country, right? He's not there. He wins the electoral vote. What does the popular vote look like? And what do these other backgrounds look like? Yes, we called here at NBC News, Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Michigan. Present sentence on this case is going to be very, very intense. The 78-year-old has never had a felony conviction or no prior convictions. So when you wind up putting the president-elect in jail for these very serious felony charges, but that's one issue. Secondarily, if Donald Trump becomes president, he then takes over the Department of Justice, and as such, he would have control of the two major federal cases against him. Those are both of the cases being run by Special Counsel Jack Smith, the January 6th election interference case, which is also early on in Washington, D.C., trying to work through some of the legal complications that was created by the Supreme Court granting Donald Trump extensive immunity. The second case of that is the President Classified Documents case at Mar-a-Lago, which also had been indefinitely suspended because the judge, DEAL, Donald Trump defies the odds again. That is the story of this campaign for the people in the room here as they wait Donald Trump's remarks in. If my hands against based on what he said election night 2016 and then in 2020, those 2 points, he seems to be waiting to come out around June 30, which is the time frame in which he came out in the last 2 cycles. He's a superstitious fellow. The words Grand Rapids, Michigan, where the final one spoke at rally stop flies the last 3 campaigns. There might be something to that. Additionally, you feel like there's going to be another magnanimous moment. We're not going to have a 2020 moment. There's not going to be talking landslides and dominant victories. There's going to be George Floyd. Yeah, during George Floyd protests, he saw those and said, "This is political games." So you apologize for that. So we certainly admit that when we went on Trump, he was no longer a violent leader, although he managed to say, we're just not reporting as a trickle names that you have interacted with that you think have potential shots at being part of a Trump administration cabinet. Still not Berga, who was there, Georgia governor, and also Victor Slaughter was there as well. They're reminded just how much this is a party that has coalesced around the president. We all remember after January 6th, you had Mitch McConnell at the time saying that Donald Trump more than responsible for what happened that day. He has now endorsed it. If Donald Trump is the projected winner of this race, he goes to the White House. There is no Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell. He's stepping down. He's going to be retiring from that position, long serving.
Which
So we're saying Donald Trump and all that, we had the electoral college as well, which may change your vote 2020 and 2016. You'll see that clearly. It's a mandate together, and looks like it's going to be an even bigger electoral college activity that's going to happen. Yeah, and you wonder how much that will factor into the speech that is coming together tonight. We talked about what the tone will be, and it's on stage now. Yes, okay, so we have 3 minutes and 15 seconds because in Greenwood, up there.
It's the Trump speech. Very good. Listen up, folks.
Jesus Christ, these are our friends, and thousands of friends in this. This is a movement like nobody's ever seen before. This was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's ever been anything like this in this country. To reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. Help our country heal. We have a country that needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we read history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. And look what happened. Is this strange? Our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected here for the sacrifice in America's 45th birthday. January 2nd, said I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day I will be fighting for you and with every breath in my body. We have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's all. This is a magnificent for the American people to make America great again. It's one thing states of North Carolina and these places. Georgia, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, we're winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, Alaska, which would result in scaring at least 350 electrodes. But it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Started. Winning the popular vote was very nice. I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They make the journey clean. We're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. That you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. Given an unprecedented and powerful mandate, we have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, increases in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Michigan, Wisconsin, the greater Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, were all in a movement they understood. Cases, every one of them we worked with the senators. They went to places and I mean the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them, and sometimes we did two or three for, and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that. Nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great some great good senators, and it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives. Johnson, he's doing a terrific job. Terrific job. So, my beautiful wife Melania, First Lady. What is the number one best-selling book in the country? She's done a great job. Works very hard. Works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children. We don't look like our children. We don't look like children are amazing, but it's a good thing when you think they are. But Don, Eric, and Ivanka, Tiffany, with Laura, and Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. My father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous, and we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we? Huh? She would be very happy right now, sitting here on this stage. She'd be so proud. She was a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out. She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President elect. He's absolutely remarkable and beautiful life. Ocean is. He's a feisty guy, isn't he? So, going to the enemy camp, the enemy camp is certain networks and a lot of people that are like, sir, do I have to get them? He just goes, okay, which one? CNN, MSDNC, say, thank you very much. So it's like, he's like the only guy I've ever seen with followers on him, but he just goes and absolutely obliterates them. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join in on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in history. Trump's leadership is not fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children, the future, the greatest political comeback in American history, really the greatest comeback in history. She's he's turned out to be a good choice. Took it really heat at the beginning, But he was, I knew the brain was a good one, but as good as it gets. We love the family, and we're going to have a great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special. Lost that, lost that little, and lost that little thing called special. We have to make it so we're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country and potentially the greatest country in the world by far. And right now, we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. Let me also express my tremendous appreciation for Susie and Chris that got me there. Susie, Susie likes to say something about yes, yes, Susie likes to say November. She's not in the this wasn't expected, but I just want to thank Mr. President Trump for this journey. It was a great one, and he's a hell of a candidate, a hell of a great 47th president. And this team that we have, best team, and of course, even my boss, Susie Wiles, the best. Thank you. I've never seen her be shot before. Susie, they bring anybody is great everywhere. First, show, but who did you say? It's a great star. The star is the Juanita. It's amazing. Sitting together, we spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia, different parts of Pennsylvania, campaigning. Then I hit the rocket 2 weeks ago, and I saw that rocket storm coming down. I saw it was when it left, it was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour. It was burning like hell. I said, "What happened to your paint job?" He said, "We've never made a paint that could withstand that kind of heat." And but I saw it come down and turn around, and it was, it's like 22 stories tall, by the way. It looks a little smaller than that, but it's big. And it came down, and you saw that fire burning. And I said, only Elon can do this. It must be an Elon. And I told the story. I told it last night. I had a man on the phone. I had the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man, happens to be here. And a very important guy, one of the most important people in, I would say, the country, actually. But, you know, I was president, and now it looks like I was going to be maybe president again, so I figured I could ask him to hold on. So asked him to hold, because especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. And it looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, "Oh no." And I said, "Do me a favor, do you mind holding for a couple of minutes?" I see this. I thought it was a space age movie or something. I put the phone down, but I didn't pick it up for 45 minutes and he was holding. But this spaceship came down and I saw those engines firing and it looked like it was over, it was going to smash. And then I saw the fire pour out from the left side and I put it straight. And it came down so gently and then it wrapped those arms around it and it held it. And just like you hold your baby at night, you look baby. It was a beautiful thing to see. And I called Elon and I said, "Elon, was that you?" He said, "Yes, it was." I said, "Who else can do that? Can Russia do it? No. Can China do it? No. Can the United States do it other than you? No. Nobody can do that." I said, "That's why I love you, Elon. That's good." And then when we had the tragic Hurricane Helene, in particular in North Carolina, they were really devastated. The water. This was a big water, as big as we've ever seen. Water hurricane. It built lakes out of nothing. Fields became lakes, and the danger was unbelievable. And the people from North Carolina came to me. They said, "Would it be possible, at all possible, for you to speak to Elon Musk? We need your Starlink." I said, "What's Starlink?" "It's a form of communication." So I called Elon, and I'll tell you what, he had, and it was very dangerous. People were dying. They had no communication. All the wires were down. I called Elon Musk. I said, "Elon, you have something called Starlink. Is that right?" "Yes, I do." "What the hell is it?" He said, "It's a communication system that's very good." I said, "Elon, they need it really, really badly in North Carolina. Can you get it?" He had that there so fast. It was incredible. So, and it was great. It saved a lot of lives. He saved a lot of lives. What is the characters, especially guys, are super genius. We have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them. We have to protect our super geniuses. I want to thank some of the, we have up into the U.S. Open champion. He's fantastic out there, slightly longer than me. It's a bowler, but longer than me. Just a little bit. Bryson DeChambeau is up here somehow. What happened to Bryson? Where is he? Bryson. Oh, look at Michelle. He's in balls. He's in quiet. He's in balls. Bryson. Um, he got a great, he's got a great career going, great U.S. Open press, and that's a fantastic job. So now Dana White, who is some so Dana started UFC, and they came to me, "Do you mind if I use your?" Nobody wanted to give them a raise because they said it's a rough sport, a little rough. And I helped him out a little bit, and I went and I said, "This is the roughest sport I've ever seen," but I began to like it, and he loved it, and nobody's done a better job in sports. And he's a very motivational kind of a guy. What he does, he gets these fighters, and they really go at it. And it's become one of the most successful sports enterprises anywhere at any time, doing so well. I'd like to ask Danny just to say a couple of words because people love to hear from him. Nobody deserves this more than him, and nobody deserves this more than his family does. This, it's when the machine happens. What you've seen over the last several years, it's his complete life. Stop him, he keeps going forward, he doesn't quit, he's the most resilient, hard-working man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people, it's his father, ladies and gentlemen, he deserves this. I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the young boys, Aiden Ross, Phil Vaughn. Also with the boys and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Thunder. And thank you, America. Thank you. Have a good night. It's an amazing work. I mean, he's an amazing, he's really an amazing guy. But most of all, I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who've always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory like really, and probably like no other. This was something. This was something special, and we're gonna pay you. We're gonna do the best job. We're gonna turn it around. It's gonna be turned around. It's gonna be turned around fast. And we're gonna turn it around. We're gonna do it in every way, so many ways, but we're gonna do it in every way. This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country. And so I just want to say, On behalf of this great group of people, these are hardworking people. These are fantastic people, and we can add a few names like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He's going to make people healthy again. No, he's a great guy, and he really means it. He wants to do some things, and we're going to let him go too. I just said, but Bobby, leave the oil to me. We have more liquid gold, oil and gas. We have more liquid gold than any country in the world, more than Saudi Arabia. We move Russia. Bobby, stay away from the liquid gold. Other than that, we have a good time, Bobby. We're going to be paying down debt. We're going to be reducing taxes. We can do things that nobody else can do. Nobody else is going to be able to do it. China doesn't have what we have. Nobody has what we have. But we have the greatest people also. Maybe that's the most important thing. This campaign has been so historic in so many ways. We've built the biggest, the broadest, the most unified coalition. They've never seen anything like it in all of American history. They've never seen it. Young and old, men and women, rural and urban. And we have them all helping us tonight when you think. I mean, I was looking at it, I was watching it, it's a great analysis of the people that voted for us. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. They came from all countries, Union, not Union, African, Hispanic, Asian, Muslim, everybody was beautiful. It was a historic realignment, uniting citizens of all backgrounds around a common core of common sense. You know, we're the company of common sense. We want to have borders, we want to have security, we want to have things be good, safe, we want great education, we want a strong and powerful military, and ideally we don't have to use it. You know, we had no wars. 4 years we had no wars, except we defeated ISIS in record time. But we had no wars. They said, you will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. This is also a massive victory for democracy and for freedom. Together we're going to unlock America's glorious destiny, and we're going to achieve the most incredible future for our people. Yesterday, as I stood in my place on the campaign trail, I'll never be doing a rally again. Can you believe it? I think we've done 900 rallies approximately from the Can you imagine? 900 rallies, something. A lot of rallies. I was sad. Everybody was sad. Many people, I said, this is our last rally. But now we're going on to something that's far more important because the rallies were used for us to be put in this position where we can really help our country. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make our country better than it ever has been. Personally, many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. The reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission. The tax reforms will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fire that I have with my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me. This is a great job. There's no job like this. This is the most important job in the world. Just as I did in my first term, we had a great first term, a great, great first term. I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promise. We will separate from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try, we have to try. And It's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that. I've seen that. So that in the first term, when we became more and more successful, people started coming together. Success is going to bring us together, and we are going to start by putting America first. We have to put our country first for at least a period of time. We have to fix it. Because together we can truly make America great again for all Americans. So I want to just tell you what a great honor this is. I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you and God bless America. Thank you.
Again, as former President Trump, the man now Fox projects had the votes to become the next president. Speaking there to his supporters, you see his family, you see his running man, the man projected now to be Vice President J.D. Vance. On the stage, he talked about putting division behind us, John. He said, if you make a country successful, success will bring people together. That's the plan.
He said it often in his speech, which he deviated for teleprompter quite often, is I want to do to say, I want to help our country heal, want to turn our country around and make it something special. Again, the results of this election are not yet official. They won't be official until January the 6th, but Fox News projects that Donald Trump has won enough electoral votes by virtue of popular vote in various states to become the 47th president of the United States. He said it's a remarkable turnaround, a remarkable comeback, as J.D. Vance put it. And when you consider where he was after the 2020 election and all of the things that have beset his life over the last 4 years, it is a rather remarkable political comeback.
All right, let's talk about with our panel, get some final thoughts as we are looking now, having heard from the man we think will be the next president of the United States. Eric, did he say what he needed to say, in your estimation, in that first address there?
There were bits and pieces. I think we're going to spend 4 years wondering if we're going to do the teleprompter or the prepared speech, and then we're going to go on a lot of tangents. But look, he says success brings unity. I think he's had a pretty astounding political comeback here. His favorables, many of his numbers, most of the metrics were better for him now than they were in 2020, somewhat better in some cases than they were in 2016, despite all that the American people have seen in the meantime and all that they've been told about him. But now he will be the president, and a lot of his success has come from the failures of Biden and Harris up until this point. When he goes back into office, he will have to produce those successes. He won't just be the critic, and that will be harder. But if he does produce success, he can bring some unity.
Wow. Well, again, I am sort of thunderstruck as I sit here at 3 o'clock in the morning. I cannot believe what we have just gone through. And looking forward, I hope that he would be more conciliatory and even reach out since he's won this race in astounding fashion. He won it going away. It wasn't close. Many people thought we would be here for days, if not weeks. Uh, not necessarily because he was going to win, but because it was that close. Well, he blew away all those expectations. I now think, though, that given what we've seen not only in the presidential race but also in the Senate and possibly the House, the emphasis is going to be on what can you do. He's going to be a lame duck. At most he gets, let's say he has control of the House, the Senate, and the White House. I can get a lot done as a lame duck if you've got all that. Well, the thing is, John, if I think back, I was asking Mayor Catherine about this earlier. He had control of the House, the Senate, and the White House in his first term. He didn't get much done other than drive up the deficit. So the question I have is, what happens? And I just, it makes you wonder about the country and fear for the future.
Well, I think one of the first things you're going to see is executive action on the border. It was one of the places he had the most measurable results because when you use executive action when you can't get things done on the Hill, and one of the first things that we saw dozens of those actions roll back from the Biden administration. I got to imagine that's going to be one of his first steps forward. I'm sure. And look, call me skeptical. He said things about unity tonight. We've heard this from him before, and then we saw how he governed and saw how he acted, and it was never, or almost never, in a real unifying way, the language and the rhetoric and how he governed when he was in the White House. This is what we're going to have for 4 years. And to my party, to Democrats, like, this is devastating. This is shocking. And we have to wake up tomorrow morning and start looking around our governor's mansion, start looking around the Senate, start looking at our message. Look, my colleagues have raised some very important issues tonight about why Democrats lost, and we need to do it tomorrow. We're sad and we're tired and we're surprised, but that work has to start, like, in 3 hours when we all wake up for the next day, because he's not going to be all about in 4 years, but you have to win it back.
Scott? He did talk about a mandate. He's going to look at the electoral college victory and quite possibly a popular vote victory and say this is a mandate. And what he does with that is very much an open question. There's going to be a lot on the plate almost immediately in 2025. He did at some point get back to the script during that speech, and he went through and name checked the various elements of the extraordinary diverse coalition that I was talking about before the speech. I think he was sending a message with that. He mentioned God sparing his life for a reason. Let's not forget this man was nearly shot dead on national television not long ago. And he also used the word realignment. I think that's true in terms of racial and ethnic groups in some ways, and socioeconomic groups, certainly. And at this hour, last I checked a moment ago, this is amazing. Donald Trump is leading by a larger margin in Florida than he is in New York. Who saw that coming?
Well, there's a lot on the to-do list when he gets there.
Yeah.
And like you said, it's easier to be the critic, but when you got to get in there and start legislating and getting things done, it's where the real rubber meets the road. And the country has some real issues that need attention.
And by the way, to clarify, the Florida margin is bigger than the New York margin. I was about to say, yeah.
No, that's right. Here's that 30.
Listen, there's also on his to-do list ending the war in Ukraine. He's promised to do that. Ending the war in Israel. What to do about Iran. So a lot to talk about over the next 4 years.
Serious domestic and international issues. Pam, thank you very much for all these acts with us. We much appreciate it.
We did 8 hours together.
That is it for us from Fox News election headquarters in New York. To recap, Fox News projects former President Trump will become the 47th president of the United States.
Fox News also projects that Republicans have flipped control of the Senate, but it still remains a coin flip over in the House. And that's going to do it for our coverage this morning. Stick with Fox News for all of the election results in the days to come. And a reminder, I'll see you later on today, not too long from now, on America Reports, 1 o'clock Eastern on the Fox News channel.
Take a little nap. There's a power nap. And be sure to watch Fox News Sunday. I'll have full election analysis. Check your local listings. Thank you so much for watching with us tonight.
It's been a Fox News special presentation. Carolina and Georgia, of course, Michigan and Wisconsin, Arizona and Nevada, they're leaning in Trump's favor right now. Nonetheless, we expect calls from those states as time goes on. Of course, the AP doesn't call these things unless they are absolutely certain that there is no path whatsoever for Harris to catch up. While we're talking about these maps, let's look at the Senate. We haven't checked in on the Senate in a while. The Republicans did gain control in the Senate. It was held by the Democrats, and now, come January, the Republicans will take control of it. They've done such. They officially have 51 out of the 50 that they need. And then, as we just heard that speech there, we very well could be talking about a J.D. Vance who would be breaking ties if any scenario were to come up that way. But will we even be talking about ties in the future of the Senate? That's a question, because look at all of the toss-up Senate races. All of these states in pink. That means that they're leaning Republican. We've got Pennsylvania, and let's make sure that we're looking at the correct figures here. Dave McCormick outpacing Bob Casey with 95% of the votes in. McCormick up by Casey by just over a percentage point. Only 5% of the votes left to tabulate. As far as Michigan, the state between the race between Mike Rogers and Alyssa Slotkin. Right now, Rogers has a commanding lead over Slotkin. We're talking about roughly a 5 point lead, 77% of the votes, just over 3/4 of the votes tallied in Wisconsin. Excuse me, in Michigan. Now let's move to Wisconsin, where 91% of the votes have been tallied. Eric Hupty outpacing Tammy Baldwin right now by just over 2 points. Corral, all of these races were expected to be tight, but it's looking like the Republicans are getting the advantage in just about every battleground house, except for Arizona. Get back to Tim Sheehy right now outpacing a three-term Democratic incumbent and John Tester. John Tester has built a reliable coalition, a Democratic coalition, and a solid red state. He's done that, and he's been elected 3 times. He's been, you could argue, elected in 3 positive cycles for the Democrats. When he initially was voted into Congress, that was a year where there was a referendum on the Bush administration because of the war. That was a positive year for Democrats. Tester being elected that year, 2006. Go ahead to 2012, another positive year for Democrats. That's when Obama was in office. Go ahead to 2018. That was another blue wave year. That was the midterm after Trump got elected. So John Tester in Montana, he has had favorable years that he's been up for re-election every single time. Things are a little more polarized this time, and it looks like Tim Sheehy very well finally could bring him the challenge that could turn this seat, flip it red. Again, though, only 39% of the votes counted so far, but Sheehy right now with a 6 point advantage over John Tester. Let's move into some of these other Western states. Nevada. Sam Brown with the edge over Jackie Rosen. We've got 4/5 of the vote in right now. And this was tighter. Sam Brown has a eighth, has a little bit under a point advantage over Jackie Rosen right now. Jackie Rosen, the Democratic incumbent, 0.8 of a percentage point. Sam Brown right now leading in that race. The final one I want to bring it to Correll, Arizona. This is one that's been fascinating. Ruben Gallego, he's a member of the House, and he has been in a battle with Carrie Lake. Carrie Lake unsuccessfully ran for governor in 2022 of Arizona. She was beat out by Democrat Katie Hobbs. She's faced some scrutiny because of election results. There's been lots of litigation from the Lake camp and a lot of conversation about her not accepting her loss in 2022 to the Democrat Hobbs. Ultimately, 52% of the votes have been cast so far. All of the polls have said that Lake was going to be trailing in this race, and it looks like Gallego, at least for now, with half of the votes being tallied, it does appear that Gallego has an advantage. We'll wait to get more votes in from areas like Maricopa County when the sun comes up. Now, the House math is a very complex one. This is every district in the country. There's been competitive races as far west as Alaska, as far east as Maine. We're still seeing that some of these have been called. This one's leaning blue up here. Alaska's at-large district leaning red at the moment, but there's also a number of races in California's Central Valley. There's a few in Southern California that are going to be competitive. It's very possible, Corral, that it could take time for those results to come in. Balance of power in the House is something we can't say quite yet. 218 is the magic number. The Republicans certainly have the advantage right now, 192 versus 172, but nobody sniffing that 218 number for now. All eyes still on the presidential race. At 267, the reason why we have not been able to call this race yet again is because the AP has not called it. We do know that other outlets have called it, but the AP hasn't called Michigan, Wisconsin, Nevada, Arizona, Alaska. If Alaska gets called by the AP, that officially wraps this one up from the AP's perspective. That's 3 electoral votes. That gives Trump the 270 that he needs. He could also get Wisconsin, Michigan. That would wrap this up as well. He can get any of these states and would wrap it up. The only state I'm not expecting to get results from tonight, Corral, would be Arizona. So leave it at that for now. Let you know if there's any major changes to the map as the night progresses.
All right, so still a lot that we're waiting for here. The election coverage continues. I want to bring us out a live look at the White House there because
Of course, the presidential contest has been really the big talker all throughout this evening and this day, heading into already the next day after elections. To continue on this conversation, I'd like to bring onto the program now Christina Villantani, the Media Center Director at USC School for Communication and Journalism. Christina, thanks for joining us. A very late night, a lot to get to, a lot to discuss. And you just heard a really thorough wrap up there of some of the races that we have been watching all day across the country, not just when it comes to the president. But let's start by just asking you if there's anything that really caught you by surprise during this election cycle. Oh, during the cycle, gosh, it's the cycle of unprecedented items. For tonight, I was thinking a few different surprises. Once I saw that Sherrod Brown did lose in Ohio, that was really the indicator that the Republicans were going to have a pretty strong night. I figured he's well liked in the state. He was probably going to pull that out, even if Trump managed to win the presidency. So that changed my assumption. And that's based on years of covering him, years of covering Ohio, but I haven't actually been to Ohio this cycle. I just got back. I was in Nevada from Friday until late Monday night with my students, and you could feel the energy in both parties. And it was completely split down the middle. Every single event that we went to, every single early voting location that we went to, students were hearing a different person that the voters supported. It was really, really mixed. But the activity on the ground, I mean, you had dozens of buses coming in from Los Angeles and people knocking on the doors, making phone calls, all of that. You also had a ton of energy of people just casting those votes early to make sure that they got their ballots in. So in the end, this is exactly what we kind of thought was going to be. This is a razor thin contest, actually less of a razor thin margin in some of these places than I had expected. And Trump could have won and Kamala Harris could have won, and it looks like Trump is going to win. We also wait for the AP here in the student newsroom. And California, I always like to point out, we count votes for weeks upon weeks. We have I think it's 23 million voters now, and you don't have all of that vote counted, and you're not going to have that for a while. So those popular vote numbers are going to shift a little bit. But in the end, there's a lot of work to do as a journalist and as somebody that's training young journalists to look at what's next. Right? What does the Trump administration look like? What does it look like if the Democrats win back control of the House, which I think they're poised well to do. Again, probably not for at least a week, maybe even two, as they count these votes, particularly in California. And then what does it look like to have a Republican Senate, particularly when it comes to the Supreme Court, when it comes to cabinet nominations, and on and on. There's a lot to do.
Yeah, and just to get some context here, Christina is a seasoned political journalist, turned media center director at the USC Annenberg School. She works with journalism students, and she travels to battleground states to report on stories with students. She's been doing such in the lead up to today's election day. Christina, let's talk about the popular vote. Right now, Harris stands at 63 million votes. Trump at 68 million votes. Let's go to California. California right now, reporting 48% of the votes are in. Harris has just over 5 million. Trump has 3.3 million. So, if history is any indicator, Christina, how long until we know what the popular vote looks like? How long does it take? You said weeks possibly, but we're anticipating that Democratic vote could get run up as the days and weeks go by in California. Is that how it works?
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be enough to have her win the popular vote. It's not impossible. Even today, my students, we went an in-class field trip, and we went to a polling location in the University Park neighborhood, which is like not quite South LA, but it's off campus, so it's not students. And I had them, they interviewed 26 people, and there were three Trump voters, one RFK Jr. voter, even though he dropped out and has asked people not to vote for him, and the rest were strong Harris supporters. And to me, like that's about right. That's California. You're seeing that, particularly here in LA. You're not getting that many numbers, but Trump's votes have always been the highest here in California because we have so much of a population. And to me, what it really speaks to is this messaging that the Republicans went on and on about when they asked Harris, is there anything you would change from the Biden years? And she said, I can't think of any. That was playing at every single event. It was on every single radio station. It was on every single television ad. And you couple that with the arguments that the Republican Party was making about Democrats have taken for granted Latino voters or Black voters or whatever coalition, that just was enough, right? To have her not be able to pull together. And I will tell you, 2016 was very different. The Clinton campaign left a lot on the table. They made some mistakes. They never once campaigned in Wisconsin, for example. The Harris campaign didn't. They worked until the end. They spent every dollar they had, in Nevada. They spent all this money and had a giant ad on the Sphere, like on the strip. And they, again, had all these phone rings today, or the great big calls with all the celebrities. Like they really worked their tails off. And in the end, like Trump just had more voters. And I'm really curious to see how she frames this tomorrow. What President Biden says, what um, some of the leaders in Congress say, and, about working with the Trump administration. Like all of it is just, my mind is going about like, all the different storylines that everybody should be pursuing now. What this looks like going forward.
Christina, you're not the only person to mention that this comment that Harris had made, where she couldn't think of anything she would do differently from the Biden administration, and how ultimately some folks do feel that that was her undoing during this election cycle. But I want you to elaborate a little bit more about kind of the storyline going forward. What are these questions that are going to be asked on the Harris campaign, on Harris herself, when we talk about how all of this has transpired?
One of the students asked me, we do this big event here on campus. So this is a screen, this is the building I work in. We have this great big like forum area. I had like 400 students watching the election results with us. And a student asked, would this be a different story if Harris had nominated Governor Josh Shapiro to be her running mate? Maybe she would have just won Pennsylvania. Maybe, right? Pennsylvania, like they put again, they campaigned there, she parked there, her last events were there, they did everything they possibly could in Pennsylvania and like didn't win it. Does the person, affect it maybe half a point margin? That's not what she lost Pennsylvania by ultimately. So maybe that would have done something in the end. I think that probably would have frustrated the pro-Palestinian movement, which in the end actually kind of went with Harris. Multiple people from the uncommitted movement in some of the top states, including Michigan, ended up backing her. There was this effort called Swap the Vote, where they were saying if you live in a swing state, if you agree to vote for Harris to stop Trump, we'll pair you with somebody who doesn't live in a swing state that will vote for a third party candidate to be your protest vote. So that's kind of interesting. And did that make any difference? Like, I don't know that Shapiro on the ticket would have helped anything there. I also did notice it was interesting to me, and particularly on the far right, how lampooned Minnesota Governor Tim Walz has been. That surprised me. Here, with college students, they all like him. He, has seemed like not that different from politicians. I covered him on Capitol Hill. I've known him for a long time, but you heard the constant references to Tampon Tim. They're calling him the dancing queen. They're mocking him for being subservient to the vice president. A lot of that messaging. So had she picked a different vice president, like maybe that would have been effective. But in the end, most people that we talk to that were pro-Trump were very much, I'm not doing well in my pocketbook. My business is struggling. I don't have a job. I can't find a job, whatever that may be. My kids can't afford rent. That is the driving issue. Even when people say, it's immigration or it's abortion on the left, it really was how people are feeling about their own personal economic situation. And that I think helped a lot of people decide what to do in this race.
Christina, when you were taking your students, when you and your students were doing your journalism, boots on the ground in Arizona, Nevada, you guys visited the Rust Belt as well, did you pick up any sense of what we're seeing tonight?
Yeah, a couple things. They still haven't called the Michigan Senate race, I believe.
They have not. And I'll actually let you know where we're standing right there. I mean, Michigan right now with 78% of the votes in, Trump has a 7-point lead.
Yeah. So to me, when we went to Michigan, now granted it was in September, we found no energy for the Democrats. And I think we even talked about it on your show, Austin. There was a vehement pro-Palestinian movement. We went to several protests. There were a lot of people that were saying, no way, we will not vote for Harris under any circumstances. And there just didn't seem to be a lot of energy or organizing. Again, early, an early vote wasn't happening yet. And it was before Trump had made the remarks kind of mocking Detroit. Um, and so I really left thinking like, oh yeah, he's definitely gonna win here, and for sure Mike Rogers is gonna win. I had known him for years, covered him as a member of Congress, and slot in nobody named her. There were no signs. It just didn't feel like there was any energy, and her fate seemed kind of inextricably tied to Kamala Harris's fate. So that to me was kind of what I felt. In Arizona, it was totally divided. A lot of people questioning the legitimacy of the election, both 2020 election, but even just the concept of mailing a ballot today, even as the Republicans had this huge mail-in ballot effort. They really worked to make sure that people got their votes in early so that then they could do extra work on election day, have that crossed off their list. And then Nevada, as I mentioned, there just was so much energy from both parties at the end. It just really felt like big stakes, big energy, big electricity. So I would be very interested to see what those end results end up looking like in Nevada. But this is all lining up about what I thought.
Marcina, is there anything that you can pick out or pinpoint when it comes to Harris's messaging that perhaps it just didn't have as strong of an impact as opposed to voters as to what Trump has been saying all along, or perhaps it's the fact that Harris did have so much less time to campaign.
I really don't know. And especially the last couple of weeks, the late breaking voters were all telling the students, oh, I was undecided, I went for Harris. I had the students today, they called back undecided voters from Michigan. What did you end up deciding? They all went for Harris, every single one of them. There were like 30 people they called. So to me, like, it just seemed like that's what she had. And I think, again, the media probably overcovered some of Trump's just weird things over the last few weeks, which to some people make him totally unelectable, and other people are like, ah, it's just Trump, and I think people overascribe those as voting motivators. In the end, like the American people know who Donald Trump is. And if they think he is flawed and they support him, they overlook those flaws because they support him. And that is just the fact of the matter. Like I think she ran a really good campaign. She had smart people. They worked hard. They spent the money the right way. I've covered campaigns for 2 decades. That doesn't always happen. You think about even 2004, John Kerry didn't spend all of his money. 2016, Hillary Clinton didn't think about that blue wall, took a lot of stuff for granted. And she did everything she possibly could.
I'm going to just ask a question that I've asked a few of our guests tonight, but it's a point of curiosity for me. Why is it that these three states, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, we haven't gotten official calls yet in Wisconsin and Michigan, but since 1992, they've all voted as a unit. Most of the years, it's been blue. In 2016, they were all red, and it's very possible that today we're going to see that they're all going to be red. Why is it that these three states tend to vote together?
That's a good question. I spent a lot of time in those states reporting on both this cycle and in previous cycles. There's sort of that Midwestern it's not like the Kansas, Iowa, Missouri Midwestern. It's like that we're forged in the hard freezing winds of Canada, and it's like I don't know, they're tougher, but they're also nice, and there's just kind of a sense that people do feel kind of similar in our thought process. Like they're working people. Like there's a lot of those things like that. There's not as much of the haves and have-nots that you see in some other states where you see these like huge divides between an urban city and a rural area. One other thing they have in common is they have native population, they have urban centers that are also pretty reflective of the national population. There are refugees in some of these states. Like you've got some just interesting dynamics. Geographically, they're like kind of similar. But I think the economic situation in these states has tended to be pretty similar as well, where you see like one is suffering, like Michigan being on top because of the auto industry having so many different peaks and valleys. The other states are kind of tied to that with similar industry. But it's a good question, and we love looking for these trends to be able to extrapolate any meaning out of an election. In the end, we're looking at results counted, and we know that there are many, many, many more votes still to be counted. So I want to really take a look at that and do analysis once we know everything, what the whole picture was, where did she not perform? And we had experts on the panel today, a lot of it tonight, who were talking about how she managed to not have the same margins of victory in the cities and the suburban areas as Biden did in 2020, which surprised me because they worked harder.
So, Christina, another point of fascination for me, we're getting into the nitty gritty here, but I found on my map, and Carl, if you could take me in full, I want to show Osceola County. This is a county that's just south of Orlando. Why is it interesting? It's because about a third of the population in this county is Puerto Rican. There's been a lot of news in the past week about the comments that comedian Tony Hinchcliffe made there. I've got the numbers from 2020. Biden won this county by 14 points 4 years ago. This time around, Trump won this county by 2 points. Does it appear to you, at least from what we're seeing in this one county, that the Puerto Rican angle to all this didn't seem as consequential as we might have thought?
That's astonishing. I'm like shocked by that number. It's a huge swing too. What you didn't have the Puerto Rican comments to see a Florida county swing that far just says a lot about what we know about demographics in this country right now. And again, like the argument has been for a long time for Republicans, like the Democrats take Latinos and Black people for granted as being with them, and they haven't been speaking to their issues. And like that's correct. That is something that has been happening. And the Harris campaign, I think, really tried to correct for that. There was probably maybe too much of a focus on the Puerto Rican thing. People were really mad. It supposedly was going to make a difference in Pennsylvania, where there's a big Puerto Rican population. So that's like a really fascinating county to look at. I'm going to use that in class on Tuesday.
Christina, I do just have one more question for you here. When we talk about maybe the messaging that we have seen throughout the selection cycle within the media, when you teach your journalism students, what did we learn? Because, you can't say that either of these candidates were perfect. They each had storylines that clearly would make them unappealing to voters. And yet, at the end of the day, we are going to have a winner. I mean, what did we learn about the messaging distinctly between these two candidates?
Yeah. It's a hard question to answer because in the end, it's what they would do. And you heard, I mentioned how the economy was such a driving factor, and you heard person after person say, like, well, Trump's going to help me and my family. And I haven't really heard anything in his policy proposals. And we also know how he governed, and like, that doesn't actually line up. Like, I don't know that he's going to do a whole bunch for like the working class people. Maybe the no tax on tips thing is going to end up being big if he can even get some passed, which again is like a totally different question with a divided Congress, or at least really narrowly divided Congress. If Republicans do retain the control of the House, I'm baffled by some of this because it doesn't add up when you look at like what people's interests are and what those policies like might actually be. And the Democrats, the other thing is like I mentioned, they didn't leave anything on the table. They really were all over this thing. They worked as hard as they could. They also had the advantage of abortion being the driving issue for a lot of people on the far left, and ballots enshrining reproductive rights in state constitutions, which all passed. And people fervently, I mean, we had voters talking to my students, they were in tears. I'm here to protect my daughter and her right to choose in the future. And women's health is just so important because they were so passionate about it. And again, like that just wasn't enough. It was a big strategy. Even President Biden made that a huge part of his strategy when before he ended his campaign. Karen's picked that right up. It was almost every single ad in Nevada these last couple of days. And like it wasn't enough. Wasn't enough people and I just really believe to me it seems like the economy was the bigger factor. And to a lesser extent immigration. That's another thing. Like what is he proposing? What does a wall look like? What does immigration policy look like? Is there any sort of pathway to citizenship for people who are already in this country? Do you actually have mass deportations of people, and what does that look like? Sure, that he'll actually do that, or that he'll be able to get that done. So again, it's just all very up in the air.
All right, well, Christina Valentani, the Media Center Director for the USC Annenberg School of Communication and Journalism. It's very late night right now. We appreciate your time here at Live Now from Fox. Also, my colleague Austin Westfall. Thanks. We'll check in soon.
Good to see you, Christina.
Thank you. Good night.
Of course, good night. We're going to step away for a quick commercial break here at Live Now from Fox. We're not saying good night just yet, though, because we continue with our election night coverage. A live look at the White House right now in Washington, D.C. See you back here right after this. Here live now from Fox. I'm your host, Carolina. We are continuing with our election coverage going on here for the next several hours, continuing to bring you some of this live content. Also, the latest when it comes to several of these races that we're following, not just the presidential race, but of course, House and Senate races across the country. Let's continue our conversation and keep it moving here. I'm going to bring in now, once again, my colleague, Oscar Westfall, and joining us is political analyst Brian Sobel. Brian, Austin, good to see you both. It's been a trek these last few hours with all of these results that we continue to get in, all of these big headlines that we're following. And Brian, I'm going to start with you and really just pose the question, what is your big story of election day? What were you most interested by?
Yeah.
I think the Harris campaign, at the end of the day, really unreformed, and that they just no two ways about it. And also, there's this old adage in politics that the economy leads the way, and I think a lot of Americans today looked at the economy and as they have in the past, decided that the economy is not where they want it to be. And all these other ancillary issues that come up as relying on and talking about weren't resonating. And I think that accounts for much of her many of my and the fact that she wouldn't sit down and do an interview with anyone again. Her speeches were, incomplete. She didn't make her case to the American people. She really said that Donald Trump was not good. She didn't like him, but she didn't say what she was going to bring on the American people. And I think her message at the end of the day just did not resonate. So, Brian, let's go through the map that we've been staring at this entire night. I'm going to just go through the battlegrounds that are still in question right now. Wisconsin has not officially been called by the Associated Press, but with 92% of the votes tallied, right now we're seeing Trump with about a 4 point advantage. As far as Michigan goes, 4/5 of the vote have been counted. Trump has roughly a 7 point advantage in that state. Let's pull up Pennsylvania as well. Right now, 96% of the vote counted. The AP has called this one officially in favor of Trump. He is up by over 2 points, almost 3 points. When you look at these figures, Brian, we've been talking with you so often in recent weeks, recent months, about how close this race is. Your initial reaction to seeing how well Trump is performing in some of these battlegrounds? You bring up a great point, Austin. I've said for the longest time this is a 1 to 2.5 point race, and you're seeing that Trump is outperforming that. Uh, line, as it were, in many of these states, through all of the background states, that were just razor thin margins in the polling. He's done better. I think there were a lot of people holding him back in these various states. Either they weren't talking to pollsters, or they were just going to go into the polling booth, or they were going to sit in their ballot, whatever, and vote for Trump and not say much about it. And that's clear because you have this spread that's appearing in all these states. And for Donald Trump tonight, when's the popular vote going away as well?
I like that point that you just brought up there. The fact that Donald Trump may be winning the popular vote here as well. How surprising is that for you to see, Brian? Because, if we reflect back to 2016, yes, he won the presidency, but it was Hillary Clinton that won the popular vote during that election cycle. So this is it's quite different what we're seeing here, not quite deja vu.
But only been five presidents in the history of the United States that have received more popular votes than their opponent lost in the Electoral College. If Trump had lost tonight, he would have been the sixth, but that's not the case. And I think the numbers, when this is all said and done, and you're ever studying in favor of Donald Trump, as we look at it at this hour, there are a lot of ballots out there still, but you start watching shows, and if you watch as many elections as guys like I have, you don't change the percentages tremendously. It takes huge movements of people to do that, and so I think Donald Trump's on his way to as I said on one television interview. I think he's on his way to a blowout. Yeah, this would be a very popular vote. He's won in the three elections that he's participated in. Right. This is going to be a real fascinating point. We just brought this up with Christina. I want to get your take on it as well. Osceola County, just south of Orlando. It's a fascinating county. About a third of the population there is Puerto Rican. Of course, to me and Tony Hinchcliffe, some of that joke that was made at Madison Square Garden yesterday, a lot of headlines about that. And there was a lot of questions over whether that would hurt Trump's chances in counties like Osceola. I'll give you some numbers, Brian. Right now, with 99% of the votes tallied, Trump winning Osceola County 50% to Harris's 48%. So basically, Trump winning it by a point and a half. Let's go back 4 years. Trump lost this very same county by 14 points just 4 years ago. Talk about not only the significance of hearing that in the context of the joke last week, but also in the context of such a big swing in a county like Osceola. I think other issues, including the economy, immigration, and numerous other things, overshadowed a joke made by a comedian at Madison Square Garden that Trump may or may not even have heard. I think people set aside that kind of thing for the greater good. I think Puerto Rican folks, when they are interviewed over the next few days, are going to say they didn't like the joke, didn't like it at all, but it wasn't Trump who made the joke, number one. Number two is this is a person that has reached out and I think we will find very well with black folks, young people, young men in particular, women. He's kind of covered the board a little bit, and is going to account for his victory.
Brian, something else that I found interesting when we talk about the Harris campaign and kind of this platform that she ran on, and she did want to focus a lot on these reproductive rights for women, almost kind of going back to this thought of the overturning of Roe v. Wade by Supreme Court justices that Donald Trump had appointed. How did that, or did it backfire in any way? What kind of messaging did Trump have? Did it kind of sway in his way where people also almost didn't mind this whole kind of idea and narrative that the Harris campaign was trying to paint on the Trump campaign that, Harris is the one that's going to really care about reproductive rights?
Well, we'll have to see, but I think Donald Trump did a pretty good job of trying to explain that nobody was taking away anyone's rights. The reproductive rights question was going back to the states, for each state to make their own decision. And Kamala Harris was basically trying to pin anything on Trump that she could, including the fact that Donald Trump, was the one who stole the rights of women in America. I think women in America took a little harder look at that and said, well, yeah, Roe v. Wade was taken away. And a lot of Democrats and Republicans and jurists and judges who all said, it should be a states' right issue. So I'm not sure at the end of the day that resonated the way that the Harris campaign thought it would. All right, Brian. So let's not let it get lost on us that this was a historic presidential cycle. This one had twists. This one had turns. This one was crazy. I mean, there's no other word to use for it. July specifically. I mean, we saw two different assassination attempts. We saw President Biden going from being the guy to saying, no longer the guy as vice president, picking up where he left off, and very, very quickly putting together a presidential campaign. Can you put this into context for us? What have we experienced in these past few months? And I'll use the word again. Just how crazy at times did we just go through? Well, it was Mr. Toad's wild ride. It just, like you say, it was just a crazy experience. Everything that happened. One of the things that we will spend more time on is the fact that Kamala Harris was able to run a campaign of 107 days. And $1 billion. And she should have been able to spend that better, I think. But 107 days is 107 days. And one of the questions that will be asked, I think, over and over again is why didn't the Democrats ask President Biden to leave the race, much earlier? And the answer may have been he wasn't going to leave the race. He wasn't going to take that decision. But that was just one of those elements. The assassination attempt in Butler was another. The possible assassination attempt at the golf course in Florida. Another. It goes on and on. This was really a unique campaign in American history. But as somebody was saying, a lot of campaigns in American history, we've had some doozies. If you think back to the animus between Alexander Hamilton and Aaron Burr that arose from presidential politics and politics in general in American history.
¿No tienes clase? ¿No hay escuela?
No.
¿No hay clases? ¿Quién te dijo que no?
¿Cómo?
¿No tienes escuela?
No.
¿Por qué no me dijiste?
¿Qué es hoy?
Miércoles.
Mm.
¿Si tienes clases o no?
Pues, no se sabe.
¿Vas a ir a la escuela?
Sí.
¿Sí o no? Estás como, a mí me está viendo el presidente. ¿Sí hay clases o no hay clases? ¿Eh?
Sí.
¿Sí o te vas a ir a oír música nomás?
Que sí.
Por eso me gusta que te desveles, hijo. Hoy no hay clases. ¿No hay clases hoy?
Sí. Sí hay clases.
Apaga eso ya. Se gasta mucha luz.